Okay, let's do this. So, I mean, technically there's other things I need to do. But I want to design a new original character, so I'm going to design a new original character. We're just going to do it. I want to. Just gotta pick up a reference picture and see what a rose looks like from the side, because that's the flower we're gonna base this off of. Hi, Jeremy. How are you? Hey. Great to see you in the chat. We're gonna design a counterpart for Thorn. Oh, hey, Vox. Long time no see. So, I designed this character based off of like the thorns of a rose, and this is based off of a character I designed back in high school. And then I didn't really, I don't know, I decided to split the character into like two parts, I guess, and rename this one Thorn, and then the other one I'll name Rose, and it'll be more like, flowery and soft. Fox says, I've been drowning in work, so I've been ultra busy. I feel the same way. Like, I think it kind of goes both ways, not seeing a lot of people in the chat because, like, I also haven't been streaming that much because of all the showcase prep. It's a very busy but exciting time. Yeah, and today I've decided to kind of take a moment and design a different character, even though I have a few things I need to work on with like the prints that I currently have. Like, I want to make a border for this portrait of Thorn because my printer prints everything with a border. So I want to kind of make that white margin a little bit more part of the piece. Vox says, how are you? I'm doing good. Wait, I feel like I already read that. Jeremy says, is there time for drawing requests? Yes, go for it. Let's do it. Okay, what? Where was the other piece I did? Okay, last night, while Jeremy was streaming, I worked on this drawing. Some of you guys might remember that this was the original concept art for my dress. That I did finish last week, actually, so that's super exciting. And I just added like a bit more of a background to it. I'll be selling this as a print at the show, so that's really exciting as well. Yeah, oh gosh, I have to make another announcement like on my socials because the last day to get tickets in advance is literally on Thursday at 11:59 p.m. Like, that's the cutoff time, and I think like after that, the advanced pricing, which is like the like reduced pricing, like it cuts off. And I don't want you guys to have to like pay more. Oh, and here is the progress for the peony piece that I was working on. So I finished doing the patterns for the dress. I shaded all the furniture and stuff. I guess I still have to shade like the hair accessories, the wall, like the molding, like the baseboard, that kind of stuff. And I guess I want to add like some little details. It's just, it's such a grind, isn't it, sometimes? So here's that like translucent coat that I still kind of have to shade in and make beautiful. Lots going on, but I feel like I really need a break from this piece. She does have a coat in the reflection. I just didn't turn that on. Let's see. Don't know where anything is. Okay, yeah, so here's like, I think the completed outfit. We'll lower the opacity of this one as well. But I've really been enjoying this series of flower-themed characters. But yeah, I'm excited to make like a deep red rose wearing a ball gown. Okay, let's do this. I don't know, there's like a few characters I want to do. There's one like Snowdrop one, and there's one Rose one. I don't know. Dang, I have to make up my mind and like pick one of them. And I mean, what is Thorn without her rose, right? I always kind of why is Procreate glitched out right now? Dang it. I hate when that happens. I kind of want Rose to be like powerful and regal, and like Thorn is kind of wild and still powerful, but not in a very like refined way. So Rose will be very like elegant, I guess. Also, I feel like I haven't drawn like a full body pose for a really long time. Like the last thing I drew was Peony, and that was a while ago now. But yeah, I went to a birthday dinner for one of my family members yesterday, and I don't know, I ate a lot of fried food, and now my stomach feels like really messed up. Like I've just felt really uncomfortable today. I feel like that's just what happens when you eat really heavy food. Okay, I'm gonna have her holding like an orb and a scepter because those are very traditional symbols of like UK monarchy, but I do remember them being in Frozen, the Disney movie. So maybe it's a symbol of monarchy in like another sense as well. I'm not sure. Jeremy says maybe you should offer your stomach an egg in this trying time. I don't want to. I don't want to give my stomach anything right now, except for water. I probably shouldn't have had like a big glass of tea right before the stream, but I think I'll be fine. I needed the energy. Maybe just a scepter. I don't know. Or maybe a sword. It's hard to decide what to have her hold. I don't know. I don't know. Don't know what to do. Also, like, how would you hold a scepter? Let me put a whole bunch of markers together and figure out the angle. Pro drawing tips right here. No. They all fell apart. I just don't know what the angle of her hands would be at right now. Okay, we have a whole bunch of markers. I'm gonna look at myself. So if I were holding this, I could do this, or I could do this. And if I did this, then like any details on the front of my dress would be obscured. But I think this looks nice. Like maybe this is at the bottom. This is over here. So both of the arms are just kind of across. And then the hands go up. Okay, yeah. You gotta be resourceful. You gotta make your own references. I'm gonna break this apart before it breaks on me again. Okay. I think maybe I'll have like one of her legs kind of in front of the other. Really long legs. Okay. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what hairstyle I want, but we'll see. Huh. Okay, I see something I like here. Not sure why I went through the effort of drawing her legs though when she's gonna be wearing like a giant gown. I don't know if she's gonna have feet, you know? Okay, it's time to look up like a side view of a rose so I can figure out how the leaves attach to it and the underside of a rose. Ralahood says, why is touching grass important? I don't know. Do you think it's important, Ralahood? Let me know if I'm saying your name right, and welcome to the channel. You can tell I'm very nearsighted because when I need to read the chat, I'm like, what does that say? But yeah, we are in the very early stages of figuring out this design. Yeah, see what I mean about the legs not being visible? I don't think she's gonna have legs. This reminds me of those like Barbie cakes. You know how they have that like dome shaped cake? They stick the Barbie doll in the middle and then they like pipe icing onto her. to make sure the proportions still look right, and I'm trying to have the bodice of the dress really emulate the calyx of a rose. Like those, I think that's what it's called, the little leaves underneath the flower. But proportionally, I don't know if it works well with a dress that's this long, you know? Every time I design a dress, I have a burning desire to create it and own it. Like, I would very much like this rose dress to be real right now so that I could be incredibly inconvenienced by how giant it is, but also, like, fabulous. Okay, let's see. Okay, how do I want to go about this? I think it would be kind of cool if we had I don't know how this would actually work engineering wise. But if we had some of those layers showing in the front, I think that would be kind of neat. But at the same time, I don't know how weird it would be to have her feet just sticking out from under the dress. Like, wouldn't that look a little awkward? And I also don't want to do like a high-low dress. I want the dress to be very long. Sorry about the mess for now. It's going to be kind of gross until I figure out where all the petals need to be. Also, since there are so many different varieties of roses, I guess, there's a lot of different pattern types. So it's kind of difficult to decide like which one I want to go for. I forgot that I despise drawing roses. Jeremy says, what type of rose did you have in mind? Um, I was thinking of those like extremely many layered, very round ones. But it's not like I know what type they are. Like there's many different shapes of roses. If I don't know if that makes sense though. Like some of them have way more petals than others. What are these called? Like tea roses? I don't know. I feel like this is something I would have to ask my mom. Because out of all of us in our family, like she's the one who knows the most about botany. I don't know, I'm struggling. I think because of like the art show prep as well, I've also been like putting a lot of pressure on myself, so it's kind of hard to just relax into the drawing and find a groove. Jeremy says, guess you have to try all of them. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm doing. I'm just experimenting until I find like a petal placement and a rose type that I really like. And I think I also need to be really cognizant of like the way the petals are offset from each other because I don't want it to look too regular. Otherwise it's not going to look organic. We only draw the most organic of roses here. I think the proportion of the leaves will kind of help make this more rose-like, and I want to introduce some asymmetry as well. Just kind of, it'll look a little wild, but it'll be cool. Dang it, I hate drawing multi-layered, intricate things like this, but I have like a vision, and I've been thinking about this in all of my free time for a while now, so this needs to be, I need to draw this. Like, this idea has been living rent-free in my head for way too long. Hi, Nazuri, how are you? You're good? Yo, my stomach's felt weird ever since like the dinner we had yesterday. I think I ate like too many fried things. Okay, wait, I'm starting to get really happy with this shape. I'm starting to really like this. Wait. I didn't think I would come to a point where I actually liked this, but surprise, surprise! Naziri says, what's the OC's theme? Okay, so you know how I had that like thorn OC a while ago that had the rose mace? This is gonna be like the flower counterpart to the thorn. And she's gonna be like a rose queen with like a giant gown and a scepter and everything. And no feet, because I don't want to draw shoes today. Right? Every time I design a dress like this, I want it to exist in real life so badly. But yeah, I don't know if they're sisters, cousins. Like, I want them to be related, those two OCs, obviously, because, like, they're both derived from the same plant. But I also do want them to kind of look different as well. But I mean, you can be like sisters or half sisters and look different. Missouri says, "Do you enjoy making dresses?" Yeah, for like the first for the first day or two, and then the rest of the time it's a grind. But that's the thing with like all projects, I think. Like for the first little bit, it's super exciting, and then it's a grind. Um, I enjoy when the dresses are finished. I saw this really funny video of this cosplayer, and she was like, "When I make cosplay, there's only two moods, and it's that like Nintendo sound. It's like, I'm so happy, I'm so sad." You know that one, and it adds like the music. I did my best to do the impression. You haven't heard it? It's like a TikTok audio now. Hang on, I'm gonna switch to just face. Hope nothing freezes. Because I just want my own drawing as a reference image. Okay, it took a really long time to transition back over to the iPad screen, and that's scary. Never gets old. Every single time it terrifies me. Can't decide what eye shape to go for. Yo, maybe I'm just gonna use like the drawing guide. I'm just gonna use the symmetry tool because I don't feel like trying. That sounds really bad. I don't feel like trying to make it even. I'm not gonna waste my energy on that. I'm gonna use the tools available to me. Just for the sketch, you know. Normally, I'm not a huge fan of the symmetry tool, even though I use it a lot. Like, I would never use it for finished line work because I find it looks really robotic. Like, it just doesn't give the same organic feel that I'm really going for. But I do find it's really helpful in like mapping out facial features because it's fast. But yeah, I think like I go through a lot of mood swings when I'm making any like cosplays or things like that or dresses because there's definitely moments where you're just like, why am I putting myself through this? What's happening? You know? And then there's other moments where you're like, ah, this is so cool. I love it. You just kind of have to push through the feeling like, is this worth it? To the moment where you realize that it is. Gotta sit in my chair with bad posture. That's what helps me draw better. I don't know why, but if I'm like kneeling in my chair or like sitting cross legged like I am right now, like crisscross applesauce, that just, it helps me focus because I find it comfortable. Even though technically I think it's like bad for my knees. Okay. So I guess I should probably draw the scepter first. Because that'll determine where the hands are on it. Okay, I'm gonna go back to using myself as a reference with my markers. So, this ends up closer to my collarbone. So if we have the hands like here, right? Shape is my forearm. Is this? kind of don't like how this is covering part of the dress though, but I mean, we have the other part, so it should be like fine. Okay. And then we'll do like the other arm. I don't know, it has to kind of be... we'll have to move this part up. It's like... Oh, I'm stressed. Okay. Say the hand is here, and the arm would have to be like here. Like the elbow would have to come out more. The drawings today are like really sketchy. I guess I'm okay with that. Kind of. What is this? Like a... I don't know. What is that? Sure. Sure. All right. Okay. I don't really want this one big leaf in the middle anymore. I think it's kind of gross. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I have my hair reference. I feel like she needs a crown. I feel like that's essential. But I didn't really think through how to design the crown. So I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I just want her hair to be kind of rose shaped. I mean, I guess maybe she can have like a tiara here. Like and like some kind of jewelry. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna take this sketch, right? I'm gonna duplicate it. And then I'm gonna merge things together. And we're gonna try to work out some final lines. This was actually pretty fast to get from like concept to line work. I gotta say, like, we did a pretty good job speed running the concept art process this time. Probably because I've been thinking about this piece a lot lately. And like maybe it's the caffeine. It could be, you know. But yeah, I just wanted to duplicate the piece just in case I changed my mind and wanted to go back to the initial sketch phase, because I am about to merge everything down and flatten all my layers. Okay. Flatten, flatten. Okay, now this gives us like a base to draw on top of. Why am I using that pencil? Gross. It's never the pencil that I use. Today my mom picked up my cat and he was just like stinky for no reason. Um, but since he's like mortally afraid of water, we couldn't give him a bath. So we basically just had to wipe him down with pet shampoo and like wipe it off. It's like a sponge bath, but for cat. He's usually pretty good about staying clean, but I don't know. Today he was just kind of stinky for no reason, and like only his left side was stinky, like the whole right side of his body was not. Jeremy says maybe one of his nostrils was congested. I mean, I feel like that is the case with Rusty because he only gets boogers on like one of his nostrils. But yeah, like, um, I think it's possibly like I know this is TMI and kind of gross, But I think it might have been that he rubbed up against one of the sides of the litter box by accident, um, and got stinky. Yeah, Jeremy says because he only smells on one side. But but yeah, being like being a pet owner really does change you, especially like I guess I don't know. It really does change you because before I wasn't ever responsible for like another being stinky, and now like now I have three cats to care for. Like wipe the sleep out of their eyes, wipe their little noses, make sure they smell okay, brush their fur, you know. By the way, you guys, if you're interested in the upcoming art show, the last day to get tickets at like the reduced advanced pricing is gonna be March the 31st. And you have until like 11:59 p.m. on that day to get your tickets, and then after that, they're marking it up to like the door price. So yeah, the day of the show is fast approaching. As of Thursday, it's gonna be 1 week until the first day of the art show. I'm not exhibiting on the first day. I'm gonna be there like on the last day, actually on the Saturday, because it's running on like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I'm actually going to be there on Thursday though, just because I want to see what the venue's like. I want to meet some of the other people who are going to be there. I don't want to go on the Friday because that's like the day before my day. And I want to get as much rest as possible, but I will be there on Thursday. Maybe you'll see me in like the live stream walk around because there is going to be a moment where, well, no, I say a moment, but there's going to be a lot of moments throughout the show where they take the camera and they like walk around and show off all the different art booths during the show for the live stream. So maybe you'll catch a glimpse of me there. If you're a ticket holder, you can actually view all 3 days of the live stream. You can go to all 3 days of the event as well. You know, it's not just a ticket for one night, which I think is really great. You really get your dollar value with it. I'm having such a fun time drawing these eyebrows. I really like the shape of them. Like, I like the expression. I'm gonna give her more of a stern, serious look. But I also want her locks to be styled in an updo. Because I think that's really like pretty and regal. I'm gonna ignore the crown for now while I work out the hair. Just because um, I need to focus on getting the hair right before we add accessories. And I don't want these locks to be like super even in width because there's gonna be some like natural variation with them just due to like the texture of the hair. So I gotta keep that in mind. I don't want to make them like overly uniform. I feel like that would look a little weird. It is hair after all. I've been feeling like the intense urge to draw fan art lately. Like, not necessarily of different shows, but just like interesting, like, I guess, fashion influencers and stuff that I see on Instagram. I keep wanting to draw them and their outfits, but I just don't have the time. Like, I have so many things I want to draw and so little time to actually bring every idea to life. I should just make a timed challenge out of those fan art ones, and like whatever I get done in a certain amount of time is just what it is. And anyways, like they would work well as studies for me. I have a lot of things that like just like after my show, I'll have time to do this. Like that's what's been on my mind lately. Like after my show, I'll have time to see some friends. Dang, I am really loving how this hairstyle is turning out right now. Let's just make a bit more distinction between the hair part and the updo part, because I don't want everything to just blend together. I'm having so much fun with this drawing. really cool to see the idea that I've been describing in my head come to life. Like, I've just been like daydreaming about this concept for so long now. Feels like I'm finally getting to meet a friend or something. Like, or a pen pal. That's the thing with projects like this. Once you get to them, it really does feel like a dream come true. But, like, in the most literal sense, you know? Ah, okay. I really like this. We do need to give her some, like, because it's not just, I don't know. I need to make the roots basically of her dreadlocks a little bit more natural. Oh, Jeremy says, I know another series that has lots of swirls like this OC's hairstyle. You're not about to you're not about to reference what I think you're referencing, are you? The horror series about the snails. Thank you for the hydration check, though. I actually do own a book, if we're talking about the same thing, by that horror artist. Except he did like a book about his cats, and it's like really wholesome and sweet. But of course, it's like in his style, so like stylistically, it's kind of spooky. Jeremy will remain silent. Yeah, except like Amazon thinks that means I'm a fan of horror manga now, and they keep recommending me like scary books, and I'm like, no, that's not what I'm interested in. I just wanted that one book about cats. Like it's about the daily life of having a cat and how it can sometimes be gross, but most of the time it's very rewarding. Mm, I don't know how arms work. What do arms look like? I mean, I have arms that I can use as a reference, but I don't want to like turn on the face cam because then you guys won't be able to see what I'm drawing. I need a reference photo. What do I even look up for this? Because, like, everything I look up has the arms covered. So I can't really see, like, what the arms are doing. Fine. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of myself and use that as a reference because it's come to that point. Okay. Let me get the camera of my iPad. Sometimes you just gotta, like, sometimes you just rolling up my sleeves because I mean business right now. Putting all these markers together. What? They don't want to stay together. Come on. If only I had a scepter to use as a reference, but alas, I just have Crayola markers. Okay, we're gonna do a 10-second timer. It's gonna be way too long. I'm gonna do it again. like this. Okay. Very, very helpful. My chair doesn't roll very well. Like, I'm sitting on a swivel chair and it kind of jams up as it rolls across the floor. Not my favorite thing. Oh, okay. I gotta go into, like, the photo editor and flip the photo. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we have our homemade reference. Why does my forearm look so curved? I swear that's not what arms look like. Okay, so that's one hand and arm. Oh, hi, Sicer. Let me know if I'm saying your name right, and welcome to the stream. How are you? Ah, Missouri with the bonk. What did I do to deserve getting a bonk? Scyther says, I'm doing fine. How are you? Missouri just felt like it. Oh, the gall. No, I like the bonk sound effect. That's why I have it. Just giving you a hard time. I'm doing great. It's been a while since I've started a new drawing, and I've been daydreaming about this like rose themed OC for such a long time now. Like, I've just been designing her outfit and like her character concept in my head. She's gonna be like a rose queen. Um, and I want her to like somehow be related, whether as like friends or by blood, to this like thorn character that I created with this like rose mace. But I'm not really sure how I want them to be, like how I want them to relate to each other. So I'm still kind of working that out. We'll get there. I tend to design characters first and then come up with the story for them because I think that when I do that, the designs of my characters tend to be more interesting. Because then when I think of like a story first and then I like fit a character to the story, sometimes I'll like box myself in terms of designs because I'm like, oh, that wouldn't fit the story, but you know, I get a more creative story when I do design first, if that makes sense. But yeah, I've been like so crazy busy preparing for my upcoming art show. It's the first time that I've ever had like a physical showcase of my art anywhere. So it's a pretty big step in my like journey as a freelance artist. And I'm excited to see where it takes me. Hopefully I can go to like comic conventions and craft conventions in the future and just meet more of you in person. That would be really cool. But yeah, my show is coming up on April 9th. And like that is, I think, well, I know that on Thursday it'll be a week from the first day of the show, but not like the day that I'm going to be there. Oh, thanks, Nightbot. That's great timing. It's like it read my mind. But yeah, because I've been busy like getting ready my old art pieces for the show, making prints, making stickers, cool things like that. I haven't really had a chance to make any new art lately and bring any new ideas to life, so this feels really good and refreshing. Like actually drawing out this character feels like a huge weight off my shoulders. It's like I had these ideas rattling around in my head for so long. I was like, oh, I can't forget what I want this character to look like. And then now it's recorded. I should probably take a moment and like flip the drawing. As gross as that's going to be, there are probably things that I need to fix. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, if you're new to the channel, definitely consider following um if you like my art. I'm so bad at bringing this up. Like I get so awkward when I'm like, "Hey, if you want to see more, consider following." Then that way you can get notifications to see me in the future if that's what you want. But yeah, I do love seeing you guys again and again in the chat and getting to know you better. It's kind of crazy though. It's been like pretty much a year since I started streaming. And if I look back, right? I did this because I wanted to like connect more with a wider community in the art sphere. And I think that really has happened. Like before I felt way more isolated whenever I was making art. And now I have you guys. Not only has the community around this channel grown, but I've also like been able to connect with so many communities of other artists. And it's been absolutely magical. And I've pushed myself a lot more than I ever thought I would as well, in terms of learning new technology with like streaming. Well, new for me, you know. And preparing for my first art show. And even like learning to make a living off of my art through commissions and things like that. Okay, I'm gonna do this in a different layer. Are these arms the same length? I think they are. Okay, cool. Jeremy says wholesome self-reflection moment. Yeah. I think there's a lot of those on this channel. And sometimes I worry I'm getting too personal, but you know, it feels good to talk things out sometimes. Like the other day when I was reflecting on like why it's so hard to tell people, like to share what I'm working on with people on social media, and I came to the conclusion that it's because I still struggle with the idea of like being worthy. As in like who would want to see this kind of mentality, you know? Like I think that's really holding myself back. Like I think I really need to work on that. And let's flip that back. Oh my goodness, it's time to work on the dress. That phrase somehow brings back like flashbacks for me for like the actual dress that I have that I'm wearing to the show. Like I hear time to work on the dress and I'm like, sewing machine? Wait, I'm gonna turn on drawing assist because I don't trust myself to draw the bodice of the dress symmetrically. Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna turn off the drawing assist and erase everything that shouldn't be here. If I can finish the line work of this drawing today, I'll be so happy. I'm kind of hungry. I did eat before starting this stream, but I'm like hungry again. Do you ever find yourself getting hungrier when you like think really hard? Is that a thing? Because when I was in school, I would find that like if I had a really intensive lecture or something, I would get really, really hungry. Is that something that happens to everyone else? Missouri's never heard of that. I'm also one of those people who, like, if I'm really hungry, I can't think. I feel like that's normal. Jeremy says, I never felt that way before, but the brain does use up a lot of energy, so maybe there's some truth behind it. I don't know. I find that if, like, I'm thinking, like, I'm doing something really thought intensive, I get hungry faster. Yeah, how many calories does the brain use? I'd be curious to know. Jeremy says it uses like a quarter of the body's energy. But yeah, also for me, the food for thought is that like, would that be an idiom? The food for thought idiom is extremely literal because if I don't have food, I get very distracted and I can't think. So, a very real life application of that is deciding where to eat. If I'm hungry, I can't even like remotely string together thoughts about where to eat. Which makes life very difficult for me because I have a lot of allergies, so deciding what to eat actually is extremely important in terms of like being safe. When I was a teenager, this messed me up a lot because like I would just eat things because I was hungry and then I would get very, very sick. To the point where one of the ER doctors actually recognized me because I kept getting in trouble with my allergies. Not my proudest moment. Like one time I went to the hospital because I had like really bad tonsillitis and the ER doctor was like, "What did you eat this time?" And I was like, "No, no, I swear like it's not an allergy thing today." I feel like this is a very literal interpretation of a rose dress. Whereas some of the other drawings have been like a bit more like stylized. I guess Foxglove was pretty literal as well. But this dress looks like it's made of like an actual flower, and I don't know how I feel about that. Jeremy says, good thing ER visits are free here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm glad that I didn't, it didn't put me in a bad situation financially. I actually did design a somewhat similar OC, except this was like back in 10th grade. Like this is a very long time ago. Um and she had a skirt really similar to this with a bodice made of like the calyx of a rose flower, except she had like thorns going up the back of her neck and the skirt was like short and asymmetrical. I had really wanted to make that like dress design in real life, but for a doll, so like a much smaller scale version of the design. But I don't think I had the skills back then. Like I just couldn't manage and I got overwhelmed. But I feel like I still have that project lying around somewhere. Because I very like rarely throw things out as a person. I'm a very sentimental person when it comes to like stuff. Like, I still have a lot of my old high school projects. I have a lot of my old like elementary school projects as well. And like, I'm sentimental to the point that like if my cats drop a whisker, like I have a special box where I put all their whiskers that I find because I think they're just really cute. If something like sentimental to me breaks, I'll keep the pieces in like a special labeled box. I have a lot of like keepsake boxes and like memory boxes. If I go on a trip and then like I go to a store during the trip, I'll keep like receipts and stuff so that like I have a record of what I did that day. And I have like a collection of sentimental rocks too. Jeremy says, do you have trouble throwing other stuff away? Um, no. Like, I only have trouble with things that I've assigned like sentimental values to. So, like, the thing has to have some kind of like personal meaning for me to want to hang on to it. Like, if something needs to be discarded and like I still kind of want to hang on to it, I don't have trouble just taking a picture of it and saving it. Like, for example, if there was like an apple that I needed to eat and it had like a cool shape on it or something, which has happened before. Like, one time I took a bite out of an apple and it made like a perfect heart shape. And I really liked it, and like something in me wanted to keep it, but like I just took a picture of it and then moved on with my apple, you know? Like, that I don't struggle with. Thankfully, you know, I think it would be hard to operate if I was sentimental to that level. But I don't know, I just really like to keep things, and then like I like to go through all my different collections and use those objects to jog my memory. I find that really enjoyable. Like, the other day, I found a receipt from like a meal that I had when I visited Rome with my family. And like reading what we ordered took me right back to that day, and it was really nice. My characters always look really weird at this stage because they have like no lips and no pupils, but we'll get there. Yeah, by the way, if you're curious about what I ate that day, it was like a rice salad with oranges in it. It's like a red rice salad. It's kind of like a pasta salad, but like a rice version of it. I never had anything like it, and it was really nice. And it was at like a cafe that was inside a bookstore. because we were hungry and we couldn't find anywhere else to eat. But it turned out to be pretty good. All the books in the store were in Italian, so I couldn't find anything to read. Okay, nice. I think I want to give her some kind of like long sleeve, but I'm not sure how I want to approach that. And I also have to draw her hands properly. Yeah, this really does give me Barbie cake vibes though. Like, I don't know if you know what I mean. Like, normally this skirt part is the cake and then the Barbie doll's like in the top. Hmm. I don't think I've ever actually had one of those cakes because even as a child, I had like really severe allergies. So if I did go to a party where there was a cake like that, likely I wouldn't have been able to eat it. And also, hmm, what was I thinking about? Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to eat it. I only know it because I used to like read a lot of home improvement magazines and things like that. Um, and like just home magazines in general, right? And a lot of them had like recipes and tutorials on how to make like doll cakes like this. Okay, time to design the scepter. And I'm just gonna lower the opacity of these guidelines, shift this up. What the heck? It's been like less than 2 hours. I can't believe I got this much done with this drawing. I really think it's all because of like the planning in my head. Like I didn't do any preliminary sketches or anything, but I have just been thinking about this a lot. I find I tend to like plan out a lot of art pieces when I'm in the shower. Like some people sing in the shower. I think about what I'm gonna draw in the shower. It's just a good place to relax and like be creative. That's why they sell like waterproof notebooks and markers that you can write on like your shower wall so that you can record your thoughts. Yeah, it is a speedy day. Gonna be honest, like with the other pieces that I was working on, even like the peony lady, I got kind of bored because not because anything's wrong with the piece, but just because I didn't find it very creatively fulfilling. And because I was at like the grindy process, like the grindy part of the process. Hi, 88 Ken. How are you doing? Bingus is probably my favorite term of endearment, but like specifically for my cats. Okay, how am I gonna design this scepter? I don't want to go the route of the mace with it, where it's like a sideways rose. So I think I'm gonna make basically like a four-sided rose cube. It's like a cube with like rounded edges. And then each face of the cube will have like a rose popping out of it, essentially. So we're just gonna draw like a front facing rose. Which for me is like, or maybe it's like, you know, those beads with roses carved into them? And like the roses carved onto like four sides of the sphere. Even though a sphere has no sides, but like, you know what I mean? It's like if it was a cube and it had like rounded edges, if it had like a dome on each side. Okay, I'm gonna look that up right now. Carved rose bead. I'm gonna see what comes up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I have like somewhere, I have this like old ivory necklace. Yeah, yeah, antique carved floral ivory rose bead. Let me look this up on my it's a very Chinese style, I think. Because I'm looking it up and that's the ones that are what I'm thinking mainly look like that. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna switch to just face if I can, if Streamlabs will allow me. Okay, I'm scared. Streamlabs is doing a thing, and it's not letting me switch scenes. I'm scared, you guys. Should I break? Should I break Streamlabs? Okay. Okay, let me switch back. It's this thing. So you see how it's like carved on each side? It's like a quadruple sided rose. Or maybe like this one's just like a double sided rose. But yeah, basically like this. Like this is the four sided version of it. I'm gonna save this image. But yeah, I have like an antique ivory necklace. I think that was like handed down from one of my relatives. back when like the ivory trade was booming. Um, I don't wear it because I think it's, I don't know, I don't want to like, I don't know. I just feel like it has a lot of suffering tied to it, so it's not really something I want to wear. But yeah, that's what comes to mind when I think of like a sphere with roses carved into it. I don't mind if this one looks a bit more sketchy and symmetric. Well, not sketchy, a bit more symmetrical. Right now it looks really sketchy because I'm just literally sketching it in. Oh man, yesterday I was getting flowers for like my family member's birthday, and there was nobody at the flower counter at the grocery store. And you know how when you buy flowers, like you want to get it wrapped up and like you want the like flower food that helps the blooms last longer. Oh my goodness, I'm like focusing so much and I'm completely unable to articulate my thoughts. um but yeah, there's like things you do when you want to go get flowers and no one was there. And we were in a big rush, so we ended up helping ourselves to all of the wrapping paper behind the counter because we couldn't find anyone to help us with it. And I was so stressed. I was so scared that someone would come up to the counter and be like, "You're not supposed to be behind there. Like, what are you doing wrapping your own flowers?" Even though I'm sure if anybody came up, they would be mostly okay with it. Because no one was there to help. But yeah, there's my lumpy four-sided rose. Jeremy says, not paid enough to care. True. Besides, you know what? I actually know the person who works at the florist's counter at the grocery store. Like I went to high school with her, so I feel like I feel like it would be fine. Let's try to make this a more interesting shape. I'm gonna add a bit of a taper here. And like a twist here. And another gem. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna turn off all the other layers and just focus on fixing the lines of this scepter. Sorry, I'm like just thinking really hard about this. I always feel like whenever I draw any multi-petaled floral design, it's such a mind melter. Like, I feel like I have to be so careful because there comes a point where if I'm not, it becomes extremely messy. Oh yeah, I got back into playing Good Pizza, Great Pizza, the mobile game. Hashtag not sponsored, but if Good Pizza, Great Pizza would like to sponsor me, like, I'm down. I love that game so much, though. I think you can also get it on Steam, but I play the mobile version. And it's just you run a pizza shop and then you put like toppings on people's pizzas. But they've released a new chapter, right? So there's new like story. And I'm so excited to see how this part goes. Like, there are some new updates for 2022. And it's just exciting. Like, I'm very invested in the storylines that they've come up with. I'm not gonna spoil it for anyone though. It is kind of annoying though how they keep adding toppings to the game because like there's not enough space on the screen to have all the toppings. So you have to like scroll left and right to like select things, if that makes sense, because there's like rows and rows of toppings. I think practically, in terms of actual business models, it's probably a bad idea to have that many topping options anyways, because like, sure, that gives your customers a choice, but also I think it would be really difficult to maintain the quality of all of those options. I'm no Gordon Ramsay though, I'm no restaurant owner expert. I named my pizza store Home Slice, and I'm very proud of it. But yeah, playing a couple levels of good pizza, great pizza here and there has been like a nice, low commitment way to de stress while preparing for the art show. Because I feel like actual game, well, not actual games, but like the other games that I like to play take up a lot more time. And then for this one, I can only really play a couple levels a day because like I run out of toppings. Jeremy says, how long have you been playing it? I mean, I've had this on my phone for at least a year, if not more now. This is gonna be a doozy to shade. Like, this is not gonna be fun to shade in. I'm not excited. But yeah, oh my goodness. Hang on. I just found out something really funny about one of the chats. But I think I'll tell you guys later. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna have to add some line variation in, because otherwise I'm not gonna be able to tell the sides of the rows from each other. And I think it's important to be able to differentiate the different parts. So we're gonna do some rare line touch-up. Okay. Mm. Okay, wait, no. I'm incapable of trying something symmetrical here. I'm gonna cheat a little bit and turn on the drawing assist and use this to make my symmetrical shape. Okay, much better. See, that's what we call working smart. Okay, and I'm just gonna lightly erase this and then we'll do better lines on top of that. But I'm gonna turn off my other layers because I can't see anything. Whew. I'm gonna add some details. I feel like obviously this would have to be gold because we want it to be as like regal as possible. Man, I want to bring my computer monitor with me to the art show. I don't like this detail. I'm finding it difficult to draw consistently. It just looks bad. I don't want it. What was I saying? Yeah, I want to have like, I want to bring my computer monitor to the art show so that I can like display a time-lapse video of a whole bunch of different drawings. But I still have yet to export a lot of the time-lapse videos and like stitch them together into one big video. You guys, wish me luck, wish me strength. That's a lot of work. Okay, I like that. Just kind of going for this like etched, engraved look, and I think the bottom is gonna be like a rosebud. Okay. Cool. I like that. Okay, and I guess another thing I want to design is the tiara and some of the jewelry as well. So, or like the crown. The corner of my lip is just really itchy. Gross. Okay. I'm just gonna do something really like elegant and simple for the tiara, not anything too gilded, I guess. So I'm just gonna turn on the drawing assist and it'll just kind of look like a single rose petal-esque shape. Just right here. I like that. I don't know if this is centered on her head though. I mean, she is centered within this line. I just don't think her hair is centered. Huh, okay, well, okay, I'm gonna... Says she's not gonna make it overly complicated, makes it extremely complicated. Okay. Yeah. Now, necklace. Let's see. We need a very extravagant jeweled necklace. How am I gonna do this? Okay, and I do want her to have like a cape as well, or like some kind of cloak. I think that would be cool. Okay. I like that. Hmm. Okay, and I kind of want to make some kind of sleeve situation, but I think what I'm going to do is save my progress and just duplicate this piece, because if something happens, I'll be very upset. So I'm gonna go here. I guess we have to finalize those hands, right? Um, Gosh. Okay, it's time to go back to my reference image of myself. With me holding my Crayola marker scepter. Oh, did I not? Oh, okay. I guess I didn't switch to my face when I picked this. Oh well, you know what? There wasn't anything super private in my photos at all. So it's all showcase stuff, thankfully. That's not bad. Because if I did end up like doxing myself through my photos, I would have had to like delete the VOD. Okay, let's draw the hands in like a new layer. And I'm just gonna use like a bright pink. It's helpful to use a bright color in a case like this. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and just get rid of this hand because it's not even in the right spot. The one up there is, but this one is not. Okay. Okay, let's see. Maybe like this. And then this is the palm. I cannot wait for the weather to be warmer. So I think this year I'm gonna try to skate more because last year I really didn't roller skate a lot in the summer. I think I only went out to skate like once or twice. I used to go out like every day to skate for a bit. And then somehow I just lost the habit. Like I just stopped doing it. And puzzling out hands is something else. Seeing it. Jeremy says, I am back from clearing up. Hello. Hi. We're just working out some hand stuff. Okay. Now let me erase this other one. I'll go back here on my pink hand layer and do my best to make this work. Jeremy's this very cool reference picture. Yeah, I know. The person in my reference picture even has like the same sweater as me. Isn't that crazy? What a coincidence. And the same hair. What are the chances? Okay. Whew. I'm actually pretty happy with these hands. I'm gonna lower this down one layer and then Jeremy says, no way, how could they have it? You know what? This was a sweater from like the men's section of Forever 21 and it was on sale. It was like really cheap and I ordered it online in 2018 or something. So I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere out there someone has the sweater. Now, I would be real surprised if someone had like the same Daisy dress as I did because this was like designed and made by me. I don't know why I'm talking about this picture of myself as if it's like a different person. I really leaned into it. So, what's happening? Ew. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to my canvas reference because I can't handle not knowing what this looks like zoomed out. And I'm gonna turn off the dress as well. Do 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 do. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna erase these arm lines a bit because I moved them around and adjusted everything and now it's kind of blurry. Okay, cool. I like this. I like this so far. Okay, I don't know what's happening with this hand reference, so I'm gonna need to go back. Oh my goodness, I can hear one of my cats like running around outside my room right now. I'm gonna use the eraser and just neaten up the lines of these arms. Okay, awesome. Okay. Did I just finish the line work for this piece? Like, if I raise the opacity of everything, I could conceivably, like, put this together, right? I'm gonna do a thing, I'm gonna, like... Because I keep duplicating this because I feel like I'm moving too fast. But it's time to, like, erase everything that overlaps. Yo, this is scary. I'm scared. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna Wish me luck, haha. So we gotta get rid of all of these like conflicting lines. When I make duplicate copies of things, I just find it very comforting because it means that just taking an eraser to this isn't so final. Because at least I have like a copy where this where I never went and erased everything. Oh, that looks so clean. I love it. It's so good. I'm so happy. Okay. Yeah, it feels bad saying it, but I think for like some of my other pieces, I did kind of lose momentum. I think it's still like important to admit, even though it does feel bad. Like you gotta keep working at things, otherwise you're gonna lose steam. And then sometimes when projects like drag out for too long, it just kind of becomes a grind, and you don't want to get to that point. You want to have like time where you're working and you're still like really passionate about things and the idea still feels really fresh. But yeah, I feel like I could have worked faster on the peony project and like buckled down a bit more, just to get it done in a more like timely manner, so that I'm not now at this place where I feel like I'm, I guess, bored of the concept. It sounds terrible. It's like, I mean it in the best way possible. It's just I've been staring at the same picture for too long and I want to do other things now. Okay, so the crown and the hair is kind of scary because we just have to basically make a big hole in the hair. It's not even that big of a hole. You can barely see the crown. It's so bad. Oh no. I'll have to do a really good job coloring that in. Unfortunately, the texture is just the same. Dang it! Hey, that's fine. I'll work it out. Okay, you know what? I think that actually is the line art of our Rose Queen done. That's crazy. I'm so happy that I finished the lines for this because next time I can do the colors. Let's take a quick look at the time-lapse replay because we started here. Then we designed the dress, and this is me figuring out, like, at first I was trying to figure out what roses I wanted to base this off of. Still don't know the type of rose. We went into final lines, flipped it. This is us and the scepter. You were really fast with this. Then we did the hands, and that's the whole drawing. Then we just kind of have to color things in and add a bit more of a background, but you know, pretty good, huh? Like in terms of time, like we made good time with this piece. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Peony, and you know what? I'm gonna try to finish her on stream. I'm like hungry, but I'm on a roll right now, right? So I think I can handle it. Jeremy says you gotta switch it up so you can keep the motivation. Yeah. It's like, chores in a sense. You know, the longer you drag it out, the harder it is to do. It's like, it's hard to sustain that same motivation because at a certain point it becomes like an endurance game. And then the freshness of the project will like keep you going at first, but when the project isn't like fresh and new and exciting anymore, you want to reduce, like, you want to capitalize on that motivation and excitement for something new as much as you can. Because then when things start losing their novelty, it takes a lot more effort to continue. So right now it looks like I'm covering up all of those details, but what I want to do is get a good solid coat with nice blends for the petal first, for the petals. And then after that, I'm going to go over this layer with like an eraser and basically make it translucent like these parts, but I want it to be like an even translucent texture across the whole thing, if that makes sense. Jeremy says, I like doing chores. I don't like doing chores. I used to, like, really like to clean things to relax. But I think, in a sense, nowadays, I don't have that, I guess, extra nervous energy to expend. It's complicated actually. I can actually get into it more, but since I'm just less of a nervous and anxious person, I kind of lost my enjoyment of stress cleaning things. Like I used to stress clean, like when I was really stressed out, I would clean things. And now I don't do that anymore. I wouldn't even call it stress cleaning. I think it would be more like panic cleaning. But like I will still like obviously like clean things when they need to be cleaned. I just don't feel like I'm going to perish if I don't. You know what? I can't say. I don't know if I can necessarily even call that enjoying cleaning in that sense. Is that too personal? Hi, Remy! Remy says, evening, the drawing is looking amazing. Jeremy says, no, that's just how you feel about it. Yeah. Wait, Remy, I want to show you the last thing I just drew. Hang on. We just finished the line art for this, like, Rose Queen drawing. Yeah. I'm so excited to color her in. But I want to just push through and finish the coloring for the peony drawing because I've been doing, like, everything but that lately. Remy says, I've taken a break from streaming because so many life things are changing. You guys follow Remy so that, like, when they get back to streaming, you can watch their streams. But yeah, I took a short break as well, like because I was working on so much art show stuff. So I feel you. Fermi says, wow, she's intense. Okay, so she's kind of related to Thorn. Where's where's my OC? To this one. Like they're related. I don't know how they're related, but like I don't know. They're kind of like both really powerful rose themed characters. But powerful in like different ways. Remy says definitely the same lineage. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want there to be a bit of like a rivalry as well. I don't know, some friction. I think it would be cool if they didn't really get along and they kind of butted heads. Hermes says butted heads. I love that. I'm so excited that like spring is happening. Like it's amazing to see the little crocuses starting to poke up from the ground and like waiting for the tulips. I'm really really excited to see everything bloom. To protect our bulbs from squirrels, what we do is we make these like chicken wire cages that have like holes too small for the squirrels to squeeze through, but then like the roots of the bulbs can go through the cages, and then we bury them in the ground, and then plant like it's like a mesh pot, so like squirrels and voles can't dig through the sides. Yeah. And then we have like the top capped off with more chicken wire. So it's like a really impenetrable squirrel fortress for tulips. Because we've had a lot of issues with like tulips eating all of our spring bulbs. Like one year we planted 100 and the squirrels had like a feast. A lucky year for the squirrels. Azuri's is switching up the drawing. Yeah, I'm capitalizing on the momentum that I've picked up from finishing the line work for Rose Queen, or Queen Rose. And we're going back to Peony for a bit. Remy says, the first month of streaming was a good test. Now I want to spend time setting up all the things and settle into my seasonal job for a minute. Flowers are back. Yeah, it's Mother's Day is coming up. That's got to be a busy time for you. The most busy time for portraits for me is around Valentine's Day, which is an even more busy time for florists. Okay, this piece is gonna look really cool when I add in all the, is it ambiance or ambience? Um, ambience. Ambiance. Sometimes there's like words where you only really read them and then you realize you don't know how to say them when you go to try them out later. Like that happens to me a lot, especially because like there's a lot of words that I just don't hear people say. Or maybe they say them and I don't register that they're the same word that I read. Ambiance. Thank you, Remy. That was very helpful. Thank you. But yeah, this is gonna be translucent in a bit. I just have to make it like evenly shaded first. I'm thinking about the fact that today it's Rowan's birthday, and we're probably not going to see each other until the day of my show because we're both so like swamped because he's dealing with like final projects for school and I'm prepping for the showcase. And like it's fine. I just wish I could spend his birthday with him, you know? Like after the art show, I really want to invest more time in like my social life and spending time with my loved ones because that would be nice. But right now, it's me and my stickers and my merch. I need to like post pictures of things. I need to do that. Wait, hang on. Remy says, you know what they say about absence? That's true. Also, absence means you have more time to plan cool outings and things like that. Oh, hi, Gator. Long time no see. How are you? I had a dream I went to a petting zoo yesterday, and then after I fell off of like a balcony, and I wasn't injured at all. I landed on my feet like a cat. Not something you want to try in real life, but it was a pretty cool dream. Remy says you gotta reward yourself when it's all done. Yeah. Hehe. When everything's done, the weather will be warmer and then I can go roller skate. You're good? That's good to hear, Gator. Wait. Hang on. I want to show you guys something. I don't know how I'm gonna get this because I think I have to like send it to myself. So give me a second. Wait. Okay, so this is the dress that I'm gonna be wearing for the show. I'm just gonna do like a quick time-lapse replay halfway through. While I send myself some videos of the actual dress that I made. Remy says I rollerblade. Yeah, I've heard that like you get to worry less about running over rocks when you rollerblade. Like I've heard that what is it? Like the top of the wheel will kind of push little rocks out of the way, whereas like roller skating, there's much more risk of falling over. I picked roller skating because the skates I saw were more aesthetically pleasing. Okay, hang on. A very good reason to pick up roller skating. Just because like the skates are prettier. But yeah, I enjoy skating. I'm just bad at it. In that, like, I'm pretty uncoordinated. But it's fun to be active. It's fun to exercise, you know? Remy says roller skate wheels are flat, so that makes sense. Yeah, that too. Yeah, I forgot about that. It really is just like 4 little cylinders on the bottom of like your shoe. So yeah, a much higher risk of just falling over. Okay. Let's just speed through the rest of the time lapse. I did this yesterday. I added in all of these flowers while Jeremy was streaming. Okay. I'm gonna switch to like just face cam. I'm gonna go into my messages and like download some videos. Okay. Oh, dang it! I forgot that you can't do this. Okay, never mind. Plan B. Plan B is we go back on my iPad in my messages to myself. This is the dress. It lights up and like you can adjust the light patterns by like remote control. Hang on. Like there's a strobe function. This would be so perfect for a party. But yeah, I have my light up flower crown too, and it attaches like to my hair with these twisty ties, so there's no risk of it like flying off my head. Jeremy says Disney princess material. Yeah. Look at that dancing. Oh my goodness, I'm exposing myself. And here's a little twirl. Ta-da! And here's what it looks like with the lights on. So yeah, there we go. It looks just like the picture. This is literally like the dress of my dreams, but like it's a dream come true. It's something I imagined brought to life. Yeah. I'm gonna watch this again. It's so satisfying to see like the lights on the petticoat as I spin. I'm so happy. Remy says, of course this is what you're wearing. Yeah! And I'm also going to be selling prints of this dress too. It was like a last minute decision. I was like, oh, I mean, I guess since the dress is cool, maybe people would want prints of it. But yeah, it was really cool to make this dress with you guys from like start to finish basically, because I drew this concept on stream and then like you guys saw like quite a bit of the dress progress in my other streams. Like I did like sewing and chatting streams and talked about this and like finally it's all done. I mean, I probably could have finished it faster if I like hadn't taken so many breaks from it, because there was like a month or so where I just did a lot of commissions and I didn't do any art show preparation. I regret that month right now. Like as we're going up to the show and like I'm kind of cramming. I'm like, man, I wish I didn't like push so many things aside that month and procrastinate so much. But it's fine. We're here. We're here. Everything is fine. Okay, back to this. I just really like how the LED lights I chose, they have that like twinkling function. And it's a really like subtle, natural twinkle too. But yeah, I think like one day Jeremy says, remember when it was supposed to happen in January? Yeah. But then the show that I had planned for January, like before everything got postponed, was a lot more bare bones. Like I wasn't gonna be making all of the stickers and pins and merch and stuff. Oh, thanks for the hydration check. I think like yesterday I forgot to drink enough water. Like I think I was really dehydrated yesterday. But yeah, I swear all of the details under this are not going to be for nothing. Like, this layer is going to be translucent and we're going to be able to see all of the like embroidery that I drew on the dress. But for now, we're covering it up. Oh yeah, Remy, a little update on like learning to delegate and learning to work as a team. I managed to like team up with my mom and she's been helping me with like the project management side of things. Like she has a list and I just kind of like make things. Like, she helps me put together a list of tasks, and we talked about things, and she's also going to be my cashier. So that's exciting. That's like one less thing I have to manage on my own. There was a book I read as a kid, and there was this island where the villain lived, and it was called No Manison Island. But said as if it's like one word. Remy says that's awesome. Yeah, I think it's like more exciting when you're working on things as part of a team as well. Like, it's become kind of like a fun bonding opportunity. And even though, like, at times it's kind of grindy, at least we get to spend time together, which is nice. Remy says, I need to delegate the making of the emotes. Oh my goodness, I'm so awkward, but like, let me try to put this in like a not awkward way. But like, if you want, I can do those. I can do. This is like when I ask people if they're new to like follow, or like when I bring up my art show to real life people. The next thing I need to work on after teamwork is like self promotion and not being like awkward and dumb about it. Like, it's not, you're not, I'm not inconveniencing people when I self promote. You were gonna message me about it? Nice. Full transparency, it'll probably have to be like after the show. But the show is gonna be in like a little over a week, so after the show is actually much sooner than I think it's going to be. But yeah, whenever you're ready, I'm around. I think the next thing, well, I don't know if the timing's gonna work out, but the next thing I want to do one day would be like the Toronto Pin and Patch show and sell like stickers as well. Because I've seen some creators that participate in that, and I really like their work. I'm like, I would like to make pins and patches. You'll do some sketches and message me? Nice. I'm excited to see your ideas, Remy. Oh, oh my goodness! I just remembered. The other day, I I saw a picture of like frogs. You know, you know how frogs they have like long little fingers, right? I saw a picture of a frog like suctioned like to a piece of glass. Like it stuck its whole body onto it. Let me see if I can grab a picture really quick. It's like I'm trying to describe this, but it's something you just have to see. this. Like, I never would have imagined that a frog looked like this stuck to glass. Yeah, like a tree frog. Yeah. And then they just kind of like flatten their body and pull their eyes in, and then like their little fingers like they make a little like scoop shape underneath. And all of these extra lumps are all of, like their finger joints. Like I didn't like you know when you see cats doing a loaf on glass, like this is a frog doing a loaf on glass, and I've never seen this, and I'm obsessed. Let me see if there's other pictures, like this one. Oh my goodness. This is a much better view of all of his little feet. Like look at those like gummy little toes. Fermi says I would get them on my windshield. Wow. We don't really have that many frogs where I live. Like we have some like little ones. And I've seen a few like tiny, I think like gray tree frogs. But yeah. They're so strange. I love them. 100% loaf. I know, right? And like, I'm obsessed. I'm truly like, this is everything for me. I think maybe the next time I design a frog, it'll be doing a loaf like this. Cause like, it's so flat. Anyways, that was a nice little detour. Virginia is surprising. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something, and it's gonna be embarrassing. I don't know anything about where the different states are in the U.S. Like, I know where California and Florida are. I guess I know, yeah, like, because I've been there. And like, I guess that's it. It's so bad. Like, we're neighboring countries, and I don't know anything about, like, US geography. Remy says, it would make a cute Netsuke? Yeah. If only to have a little frog friend to wear on my clothing. A little carved frog friend. I'm still thinking about frogs and how, like, I saw a video of one making a loaf and it just, like, pulled its legs in and then pulled its eyes in and went to sleep. Remy says I barely knew US geography before I moved here. Okay, that's kind of comforting. I think I might know where Texas is. I say that, but I can't visualize it. I saw this like story of airport security, and they were talking about how they asked this kid who was traveling like if they knew where they were going, and then they were like United States, and then they were like United States of, and they were like United States of Disneyland, and honestly, that's how I feel sometimes, because, like, I don't know that much about the US besides, like, pop culture sometimes. I know a lot about Disneyland though, because in my spare time I like to watch Disneyland guides. Not because I want to go there, but because, like, I mean, I'm not like a huge fan of theme parks. Um, but because I like the person who narrates the voice, who narrates the videos, like, I really like her voice, so it's kind of like soothing for me to hear her rank, like, all the meal plans or like the best resorts to stay at. Like, I have no interest practically in any of this. And I think that makes it less stressful because if I was actually planning for a trip, I think this channel would be like necessary for me to check out and listen to, but it's like not. So it's fun. Oh, hi, Gala. You're gonna lurk? Thanks for the lurk. You have something due at 11:59. Ouch. Oh, that's so stressful. No. Good luck, Gala. Okay. One more petal to shade in. Imagine if I just left it like this. This is like unblended eyeshadow. Okay. And then I guess I'm gonna add some shading on this. Did you know that Target didn't succeed in Canada because they mixed up like the imperial measurement system and the metric system? Basically, they confused meters for feet, and then they like they made the loading docks for the trucks too small because they made the docks in feet instead of meters, and then the trucks couldn't fit. I don't know how a mistake like that gets so far along to the point where like they've already built the truck loading docks and then they like drive the truck up to it and it doesn't fit. Yeah, this is why we don't have Target in Canada anymore because like they had to leave because they were experiencing too many issues. But yeah, for a brief period of time we had Target. There was even a time where they had like a bunch of commercials for Target in Canada, and it had like, I think it's like the Mr. Rogers theme song. Remy says, have you heard of the Spinal Tap movie? I have not. Is this a scary movie? It's a music comedy from the 80s. It sounds so sinister, but I can see how that could be a comedy. This looks so cool without the lines. Okay, let's shade her reflection, and then I guess we can, like, work on making this transparent. I'm scared. I'm, like, intimidated. Remy says they ask for a Stonehenge set for their show and someone makes it in inches instead of feet. Remy says it's where the joke turn it to 11 comes from. That sounds great. I need to check that out. But, but yeah, the whole like Canadian Target fiasco could be a movie. I feel like it would be a movie. Anything. The hair ornaments are looking good. Thank you. I can't wait to shade them. I feel like the mirror needs more. Like, but I also don't really want to add more. So I'm gonna just add clutter and maybe like more flowers on the ground. Just like flowers spilling out from every crevice, I don't know, of the painting. And then add ambiance with like lighting effects and things like that. And then maybe we won't have to do any more ornate details. Hang on, I can't see. If I don't, well, no, I'm not gonna get it done, and I know I'm not. Not right now. Like the whole painting, I'm not gonna get it done right now, but maybe because of that, I'll do like a short stream tomorrow and we'll do like a timed drawing challenge, and whatever I get done, I get done. Because I'm at a point where I just want this drawing to be done. Like, I don't have the momentum right now for it. Like, I want to be finished with it. I want to see the finished product. And if that means, like, giving myself the little adrenaline boost that that a timer gives you, then yeah, I'll do it. Because I did that with the foxglove drawing. I was like, let's see how much I can get done in an hour. And I did really well with that one. But yeah, whenever I feel stuck with things, I find if I give myself like a hard time limit, it does help to motivate me. Like, I kind of just turn it into a game, you know? Because I do really like games that have a time challenge. Like Bejeweled. That's a fun game. Remy says, I came across the idea of starting a whole bunch of projects at once so you can cycle through them and have fresh takes. Yeah, I do that too, but I also like, I don't know. I find I have a burst of motivation when the project is fresh, and then I don't like them to drag on too long. So I kind of like to do things one at a time. Because if not, then I get like tired of it always living in my brain. It's all about finding that balance. It's all really like, I guess, subjective and dependent on like the project and mood, I guess. Okay, I'm scared to make changes to this, so I'm gonna duplicate it because I don't want to mess up. Okay. And then in my duplicated copy, I'm gonna duplicate the layers so that if I mess up those, I have something to come back to. So I'm gonna take like a huge eraser with texture and lower the opacity down. And I'm gonna start erasing things. Hang on. Maybe I need a reference. Yeah. Okay, but that already looks really neat. I'm looking up images of sheer robes right now. And this is why I have my reference pictures in another screen. Okay, I'm having trouble understanding what parts are more opaque and what parts aren't. I think like the level of opacity is like the same all the way around, but it's like more sheer where the skin is. And like, so for example, for like this part, this would be more opaque, but like these parts here and like the skin parts would have to be more sheer. Something like that. I didn't really end up drawing the dress with a lot of overlap because I couldn't be bothered. um, okay. Okay, if this doesn't work out, I can always use my duplicated copy and try again. I'm scared. This is so intimidating. Oh, have a good rest, Remy. Good night. Remy says good luck with all your prep. Thank you. And like especially the parts where the skin is kind of like pressing up against the fabric, like that should be less opaque. And not just like the skin, like the underlayer of the dress. Okay. That is not an eraser, that's a brush. Whew. Nice save. Okay, maybe I took that a little too far. Okay. Gotta be courageous. Just gotta go for it. When you're working like this, it's kind of hard to put things back if you decide that you don't like them. Because if you color over it with like another layer of paint, it's gonna overlap and then create like weird opaque sections. So you want to make sure when you're like erasing, you're as careful as possible because you can't really put back what you've erased without it looking really weird. Like you can undo, but if you go too far, then you won't be able to undo anymore because like, you'll lose. I don't know how to explain it. Like you'll lose the ability to undo. Because there's a limit to how much you can press undo. Like there's a limit to how much history is stored. Okay. This is good. I like this. This is so scary. This is so intimidating. See what I mean? Like, I can't put that back now. Look what happens if I try to put it back. Like, first of all, how will I get the blend so perfect? And it'll just not look right. I mean, I guess if I'm really careful, I can put it back. But, like, look, you can tell, right? It's easier to just undo if you can. But like that was a pretty good example of what I mean when I say like once you erase these sheer layers, it's really hard to put back the color if you take too much away. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm scared. I'm gonna duplicate this, right? And I'm gonna work on this. So there's a point in this area where we need to kind of, oh no, that's a brush. Take the layers down a bit and make it like really sheer. And I'm scared, like really scared that I'm gonna mess it up somehow. Because like the dress should overlap with itself somewhere around here. Yeah, see, I took too much. And I'm also scared of like lifting my brush and starting again, because if I do that, then like when you start erasing a new section, then you'll erase some of it twice, if you know what I mean, and then it's like too much. I'm stressed. Okay, I'm gonna like stop at the edge of this petal and let it kind of like overlap. Okay, sure. I can kind of get behind this. Okay, never mind. There's like a weird spot. I don't know what that spot is, but it needs to, like, something needs to happen with it. Is it like this thing? Is it just the color? Okay, cool. Okay, you know what? I think I'm really happy with this actually. Okay, now we have to do the same thing but like for her reflection. I feel like I really need to sneeze right now. So I'm just gonna make it really sheer in the parts where like the shoulder is. That's what makes the most sense. And the sections that are kind of overlapping, we don't want it as sheer. That is not an eraser. Oh, that's a really big eraser. Okay. So this here should be like really sheer. And this as well. Oh, no. But it's gonna overlap right here with what's behind it, like this section, so that can't be sheer. And this is opaque, but it can't be like fully opaque either. I mean, not opaque, this can't be fully opaque, it has to be like translucent. And then over here, where it's gonna have to thin out a little bit, we need to make that like skin color show through. Okay, cool. Okay. Wow, that's big progress today. I'm actually really proud of myself. Wow, okay. I'm really happy with that. Um, I guess just to top it off, I should probably work on the green scarf. So we'll bring that all the way up in opacity, duplicate that, merge that down, and then add in some shading with it. Jeremy says, great work. Thank you. I'm so happy with this piece so far. This has reignited my passion for it. Beep 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 dee 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 dee. I'm just really happy about what we've accomplished. So happy I could sing. I mean, this section here is a little iffy. I think it needs some outlines, but nothing that I can't fix. Okay. I'll just go in and adjust that in a bit. But yeah, I think tomorrow I'll do like a short stream and like finish the background of this piece, like the environment stuff, and really challenge myself to do it as quickly as possible, because it's something that like I can actually do really quick if I have the adrenaline, if I'm in the mood for it, if I'm in a groove. You know, I can. I don't feel like I'm compromising the quality of my work by drawing the background fast. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate this just in case something happens. And then I'm gonna go in with like a giant low opacity eraser and just take this down. Okay. And like some sections, it should be more transparent. You know what? Maybe I'll make the whole thing overall more transparent, because I think it would look cooler that way. Okay. And then some areas will be even lighter, right here, and like right here. So anything where the fabric isn't like folding or bunching up should be clearer. And everything where the fabric is like a single layer will naturally be more opaque. Okay, so I'm gonna take this brush and lower the opacity a bunch, and then just try to paint back in some of that overlap. Okay, and I'm just gonna brush in some more of this like teal color, because I don't like how streaky everything looks right now. go back in with some eraser. I can get away with like being a little less precise with this part because it's such a small section that I can kind of edit and go over things. But yeah, here it is. Look at that scarf. Wow. Okay, let me add a little bit more of an outline right here. An eraser is not doing it for me. Okay, that's better draping. Okay, there we go. Jeremy says it's so translucent. Yeah, it's like so magical when you have all these cool little layers like this. I really love it. That was fun. Yo, let's do a little time-lapse replay. So this was the beginning. I did this all off stream. Working out the face. And then I ended up changing the face. We did this on stream. Like, we did all the hair ornaments and stuff on stream while Jeremy was here when we did that like collaborative stream. I did this off stream. Colored, and then I colored like this stuff in on stream. I did the line work for the background off stream, and then we did like this shading and adding these like little embroidered details. We did that on stream. And this was off stream, so I did like the mirror off stream. And this was what we did today. Okay, this is gonna be crazy. I'm gonna just let this play in real time. Well, not real time, but like, I'm not gonna speed through it. So this is what we accomplished basically in the last hour. So we smoothed everything out and then did the one in the mirror. Then we took down the opacity, erased the sections that needed to be lighter, like more translucent. We edited the scarf. And yeah, this is where we are right now. Oh, so exciting. But yeah, I think tomorrow we're gonna try to finish this piece up, and I am so beyond excited for that. I can't wait. Okay, you guys, thank you so much for watching today. We had a really long stream. It was really fun hanging out with you guys. I really missed doing this more often. You know, I've been so swamped with like show prep stuff, and like a lot of it hasn't been the kind of thing that I can really do on stream. Like when I'm printing out stickers or like formatting stuff, some of the things are just kind of boring, and like also a lot of it is just me walking back and forth from the printer or waiting for the Cricut to like cut things out. So those are the kinds of things that like you can't really stream, but drawing I can. And I'm so glad I got a chance to like work on things today and like spend time with you guys. And here's the other piece. I can't wait to like color her in. This is gonna be so exciting. I'm really, really happy with all the work we did today. This was so much fun. All right. Anyways, thanks again for watching and hanging out. I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you are in the world. I hope you have some time to relax, do some things you